Yo! What is good, everybody? Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. We are right smack dab in the middle of the week once again together. Hope you're all doing well. Missed you guys on Monday. We had a extended holiday weekend here. States. What are you guys up to this week? I am currently neck deep in several different projects. And we can dip into one of those together here in just a little bit. I'm in the midst of building a whole bunch of Brahms for a second volume in an ongoing series there. But first I want to jump in and take a look at a couple of plugins with you guys. And appreciating the feedback on the Discord about all the Black Friday sales. You know, it used to be several years ago, we really only had to share like a couple of links, and everyone was like super stoked to see that things were like 80% off or whatever. And now we have like 100 million developers out there, and they each have their own plugins, and they all have deals, and they're all putting them out like a month earlier than usual, and it's just... Anyway, I've got a couple of plugins for you. One of them is a new analyzer built by NOISIA and the folks over at Excite Audio. Excuse me. And the other one is, excuse me, is called Fractal, Motion Fractal. It's part of the Motion series over there at the Excite Audio plugin world. And it looks to be pretty cool. As per my usual, I really have not played with them. I did open them up to put serials in them, and I did leave the Fractal Granular thing running on this track here that's playing in the background. It's adding just some very minimal gating and stuff. I'll show you here in just a sec. But yeah, we'll take a look at those two plugins, see what we think of them, field questions if I can answer them. I have no idea if I can yet. Yeah, I think that's what I got for you guys. And of course, we put up a new sound pack last week before, I can't remember. But if you are currently subscribed to the Twitch stream, make sure that you go and grab that. Hermes, welcome in. Happy Friday. Blazin', how you doing, homie? Happy Wednesday to you. All right, so... first, you know what we should do? Let's load up the visualizer here. So this thing was made by NOISIA, and it's basically how they tend to look at everything that they work on, and they analyze each one of the elements in a mix and then the overall mix with it. It's a really good way to see exactly how your sounds are registering in various meters. So you've got like a goniometer over here showing you your left-right balance, how centered your sound is. You've got a spectrogram up here, you've got an EQ over here, and you've got a waveform over here. And you've got different ways in which you can look at that. You can look at this in a mid-side stereo mode, isolate each one of those. You can rotate this to shuffle up the way in which it's being presented to you, and you can resize depending upon exactly what you're really focused on from one moment to the next. They have a few different color maps available to you. A few, probably like 10 here. I'll just kind of flip through them really quick for you. And they've actually put together a couple of little videos showing you how you can use this tool to make better sidechain relationships between your kick and your bass, fix phase issues, and get real-time response with an analyzer. So there we go. This is it in a nutshell. It runs as a plugin. right? So any DAW is universal. So you can take it with you with your project. And that's that. It is similar to mini meters. I'm not sure exactly how customizable it is size-wise. Let's see. It doesn't really want to, actually. Just kind of annoying. Unless I'm just missing something here. Let's see. LX, welcome in. Happy Wednesday to you. Almost said Friday. I guess I'm excited for Feedback Friday. I don't see a way to resize it here, but I bet they've already received a bunch of feedback on that. So for what it's worth, there's this cool analyzer out there. It seems to be highly responsive. We'll flip back into it periodically and see what we think throughout. And maybe we'll just run it as our main analyzer. Yo, what's up, Tumba? Gotta respect the gazelle. Thank you so much, homie. I really do appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Happy hump day to you. Go grab your free sound pack. This month's free sound pack is called Gold. They are sequenced Foley drum loops. The sounds actually come from the Trinkets collection, which is incredibly popular for several years now. Go get that. I don't know if we've given it away before. If we have, it's been several years. 6 months, Tomba. Hey. It's great having you in the mix, brother. 6 months of annoying Chris. Wait, is that me annoying you or you annoying me? Appreciate you, homie. Okay, so what is motion fractal from Excite Audio? The first thing I wanted to know when I saw it was, is it different? Because if it's not really different, I don't know that I really want to show it or endorse it unless it's like really in some way standing out audio quality wise or functionality wise. But the first things that I noticed when I loaded it up were their focus on gating and repeating, which feels a little bit different than most of the granular synths out there. I feel like since Portal was first introduced by Output, that many people have chased the granular delay thing. And I think that everything that's happening inside the all-in-one do-everything synths like Serum and Arturia's Pigments and Absinthe, well, I guess Absinthe isn't really a thing anymore, right? Alchemy, anyway, etc., etc. They're all largely focused on the same exact functionality. I think it's so there is keeping up with the Joneses, sort of, right? But this one does seem to be a little bit more focused on motion. Of course, it's part of the Excite Audio Motion series, which are plugins that help you get your stuff moving, as the name might insinuate there. The cool thing on the surface about this one is these converging concepts. Okay, so we've got the gating, we've got the repeating, as we've already mentioned, but then we've also got this magnetism. We've got these points, these little white, you can see them here floating up and down, these little white balls here. And they seem to be kind of anchor points, if you will, and we can dive into exactly what they are here in just a bit. And then you've got this guy floating around here, this big orb. And it's following a predestined path. This plugin also has a motion panel here where you get to choose What exactly is attracting these things or causing movement or forcing change over time through magnetism, whether it be your cursor or whether it be something that this guy right here, this object that pulls things in or pushes things away from it. You can affect the range, which of course shrinks it way down and makes the effect so much more localized, as you can see. Or you can make it really huge and have it affecting many more parameters in tandem. Strength, hold, release. You can also draw in your own unique shapes, record your own shapes, delete those. Then you've got this timeline. And the timeline allows you to pause that motion, as you can see now. That there is no object moving. If we move our cursor over there, we can create the same kind of effect, but there's no automated movement over there. So we click play to get it going again, and we can make little changes to the playback of this. So if we were to stop this and start it up again, getting slow, and then really speed up, and then slow again. So it's really intuitive and simple in the way that you can actually control this. You can set this to be free or fixed. You can sync it to audio or DAW. You can kind of flip between the movement and the effects, or I'm not sure exactly what they call this, the sound tab maybe, where again you can start affecting all the granular stuff in motion. Yeah, so that's that. In a nutshell, that's what it is on the surface. And we can start to click around and see what exactly it will do. And I guess we can just use this dark ambient thing here for just another minute. And then we'll swap out some other sounds. Yeah. Weimar, welcome in. Happy hump day to you. Happy Wednesday. Hermes, yeah, current phase plan. Yeah. It's like there's been a bit of almost an overload of granular, unless you're paying really, really close attention to the specific functionality of each one of these, and then you start to see like how some of these are very relevant and kind of stand apart from the rest. So we'll see if that is the case with this one here as we play. I'm going to turn up the volume here of the background audio. So right now, I've just got the wet dialed down a bit here. As I turn it up there, you can hear that the gating becomes more prevalent. I'm going to flip into a different patch and see what we think. I'm just in the atmospheric folder right now. Maybe we'll do this, the depths, and see what this sounds like here. I have a bit crusher on right now. I'm going to turn that off. So it's going to be a little bit quieter here. You can see how their UI is describing what the grains are doing from one moment to the next here. It's kind of an interesting take. You just move your mouse, and where it's hovering affects what you're actually seeing in the interface. Now, it does have a really cool thing happening here at the bottom of the sound tab. It says routing, and you've got these words, grains, space, gate, and repeat. But the words are clickable, and you can drag and drop them in whatever order you want. So you can put your space at the very end, you can put your gate at the very beginning, and see what it all sounds like. Let's go into maybe this rhythmic guy. What's this looming patch here? What's this all about? Okay, so this one actually sounds kind of cool. So I'm going to turn off this ambient weird, this dark ambient stuff, and I'm going to put in something a little bit more, I guess, easy to follow. Let's do maybe just like some simple drones at first, and then we'll move into like some plucks and some rhythmic stuff. Okay, let's put this discovery in into our DAW and play with that. And I'll just loop and solo that, and we're just going to put an instance of motion fractal on there directly. And we were going to take a look at some rhythmic stuff, so let's do that. Here's one called Bubble Wrap. Let's see what this sounds like. Kind of a minimal effect. Let's try this Be More Bossa. This one's called Blanket. All right, so let's just have a go with the gating. I'm just going to start tooling around here for just a few seconds and see how easy it is to set some stuff up. It's really simple. It's really simple. It's quite easy to get stuff moving. I'm going to try again with a different patch and start playing around with it. And then I think we should move into a totally different type of sound. Yeah, quite simple. Yeah, okay. So it's good for getting things moving. It's not as highly transformative right out the gate as some granular effects seem to be. Let's go into the guitar patches, but before we do that, let's go grab a different type of sound entirely. How about we do maybe some percussion? How about some light percussion? All right, let's take this one, this passage. And immediately it's all messed up, right? Yeah, I like what I'm hearing here. All right, I'm just going to flip into a different one here. All right, I'm going to go into the rhythmic again. Oh. Oh, I didn't even know that there was a filter control on the repeat. You just got to hover in the right spots and you get more controls, apparently. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I like that. Right? Like if we were to put some, let's just put some drums in there really quick. And let's give it a something that actually might align with it. But like maybe just like a little. Let's do like a little something a little more straightforward there. Let's turn off these guys here. Can we take something that is meant to be kind of cinematic in nature and, well, very acoustic at least, and mix it with a totally different, intention, different BPM, different kind of target genre of stuff? Let's see what we can do. How about let's try Pulsar. It's probably asking a bit much. We're going to put in something from Gold, which is the free sound pack that you guys all have access to right now. And that'll be a little bit more aligned with what y'all are making anyway. All right, so these are some of the sounds in the Gold pack. They're really fun Foley loops. Okay, so we're going to take this one and we're going to put it in to our project. And let's just put a really simple kick behind it. Look at this visualizer over here. Nuts. Absolutely bonkers. Bonkers. Glockenspiel needed. All right, let's put a different loop in there. Oops, wait, I want something from gold. Where'd my gold go? Samples, gold, let's do it. Okay, let's put this little springy guy in here. Let's see what this one sounds like here. Nuts. Yeah, it's quite easy to start messing with your stuff. And this is doing very different things than I normally get up to inside of Portal or really any of the synths granular engines. And I think that it has to do with the fact that we are playing with volume automation, with repeating, like re-triggering. We're not really playing with delay. There's some reverb. And it's okay. The reverb is okay. But really what I'm hearing is this is a really great tool to chop up and get things moving in really interesting ways, whether you want to be experimental or not. It's entirely up to you because you have control over the path that the modulation's following, the desired depth across all of your parameters. So it makes sense as a tool in a toolbox. In fact, if we were to add this in addition to a different granular tool, just to kind of put a spotlight on what is actually happening here, the motion fractal tool, like I said, is very focused on gating and repeating, where other granular tools are quite often focused on grain size, randomization of pitch and pan position, and specific shapes that the playback is being sent through. So like your playhead, I guess you could call it. And then, of course, like I was saying before, delay. So if we were to just kind of combine these two. Oh, that's dope. Now, let me just make sure on both of my layers that I've got... Yeah, there's no reverb there. That's pretty great. Some fun stuff right there. Yo, Nate! How you doing, homie? Happy hump day to you. Let's play with a different patch over here and then tweak the parameters and see what else we get up to. I'm going to turn off Portal for a second. Ooh. That's just nuts. Actually, they make for a really nice pair, Portal and Motion Fractal. I will say that if you're looking for something highly transformative from a granular perspective for sample transformation, just tonally, that this is not going to be as robust or in depth parameter-wise as some of the other granular plugins out there. But what it will do that the others are not is actually putting your stuff into some sort of a relevant and useful kind of sequence. And then your ability to affect that over time by way of all of these different magnetic breakpoints and the motion paths that your main modulator is following and then affecting the paths of all those other things. So over time, it really feels like something is evolving, which is nice. So I would definitely give a big endorsement to that. And if you already have other tools that are granular in nature, that are a bit more, heavy on the time-based effect side of things, can affect tonality in more specific ways, then you've got a really nice kind of power duo, I think, between those two types of tools. So yeah, I think overall I really like this. I think I'd like to spend a little more time with it to figure out what else it does. But yeah. Nate, yes, more farts. Here, let's put a different sound in here. I'm just tossing in some random loops from the gold pack, which everyone gets as part of being a subscriber here on Twitch. It's part of your free sound pack this month. All right, let's put this into... What do we have in drums? We haven't played anything in the drums category yet. This one's called Microtonic. Microtronic. Hey, you know what? I actually really like their modulation assignment system here. I hadn't really played with it until just now, but it's very simple. You got your min and your max, your minimum and your maximum settings to dial in your range. You've got a little trash can here to just eliminate the modulation assignment altogether. You've got gain, attack, release, and threshold for this. Which is pretty interesting that you've got threshold in here. Now, we've seen this in other Excite audio tools. Like, for instance, when you're adding noise to rhythmic elements, you can use a threshold as a gatekeeper, and you're only adding, like metallic sheen or something to something that's peaking above a certain point. In your rhythmic loop or whatever. So there's a lot of really cool dynamic and kind of organic results that you can end up getting from something like this. So it's really interesting that they've gone this route with their modulation assignments just in general. It definitely makes for a much more dynamic tool for sure. A lot more change over time. And a bit less predictability overall as well, I think, for the listener, because it means that not everything is being applied in constant, that a threshold does need to be passed before something starts to take place, and then, you compound that with all of the other seemingly random events happening from one moment to the next. Yeah, that's a nice little choice there. I like that. Nate, I am sorry that it's been a rough couple of weeks, dude. I hope that it does pass quickly and that it doesn't leave a mark. You doing all right otherwise, other than the last couple of weeks? Staying busy and all that? Okay, so I feel like that's my thoughts on this tool right now. And if we go back to this drone and play this microtonic, what does this sound like? Yeah. I don't think it would be my most used granular tool, but I could see myself using it a fair bit for putting stuff into motion in pretty unique ways. Yeah. Oh, good to hear it, Nate. He's saying, yeah, other than that, I'm healthy, have an awesome circle of friends, a lovely wife, and pups. Things otherwise are solid. That's good. Yeah, Nate, absolutely, dude. I do owe you a second session, and yes, we can do it in the next near few weeks if you're up to it. Let me know what might work for you. Currently, Tuesdays and Thursdays, kind of first half of the day, just off the top of my head, might be easiest. If that works in your world, you just let me know, dude. Shoot me a text. It's all good. Shall we jump into some production? We've just been kind of dinking around and playing with these plugins for a while. The other thing that we were playing with, for those who are just tuning in, here I'll hit play on this instead. We were looking at this new visualizer plugin from NOISIA and Excite Audio. And it looks like this. It's pretty dope. Got multiple things going on here. Look at your sound in a few different ways. You can make it all color coordinated if you want. You can look at just one thing if you want. You can rotate the position and the direction. So there's a new way to look at your sounds. I'll get some links posted for you guys in the Discord for that. In fact, maybe I can just do that really quick. Let me go find them really quick for you. Okay, here it is. Okay, where is my OBS? There we go. Okay, so in the chat here, I've just put a link to this NOISIA plug. Ooh. Hey, Nate. If you're shopping, I've been doing the same thing that I've done the past several years, which is kind of rounding up some of the greatest hits. If you look at the Discord server right now, I've assembled some links already. So if you're not exactly sure what you're looking for, or if you know what you're looking for, but you're kind of hoping to find it on deal, there's a bunch of stuff that started on Black Friday discounts early. From Arturia and Outputs, all sorts of stuff, dude. All sorts of stuff. There's just a ton of stuff. But anyway, it'll save you a little bit of coin. And then there's which one is it? It's I forget which one. Here, let's just click through to one of these. Oh, Bloom Vocal Editor. Oh, it's the Galaxy Tape Echo. You could grab for free from Universal if you don't have it already. You might already have it. All right, should we get into some production stuff? Yeah, Waves is given a free plugin, which you can go pre-register for right now. Oh, there's also one from Audio Imperia. They just dropped it this week called Glades. It's a fully functional contact virtual instrument. They give you a couple of options, whether you want the regular or the pro version, which gives you some mic placement options, but it also like quadruples the size of the download. Otherwise, the same functionality exists. It's great. It's a nice scoring like composer writer tool. You'd probably really dig that. That one's free. I think you just have to fill out a little questionnaire in exchange for the free download, which is totally worth it. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff floating around out there, and there are some really big things coming still. Some stuff I'm not really even privy to yet. Like I have a call next Wednesday to find out what's happening on the last few days of Black Friday this year. So I'll know a little bit more next week. But there's a bunch of good stuff. Yeah, just the main public lounge. Absolutely, that's exactly where it is. Just scroll up a little bit and you'll see them. I don't have them in a separate channel this year. I haven't had time to manage this better this year. We were actually having a conversation about that in the public lounge this morning. I've just been posting them in there on the run. I've just been scrambling lately, so yeah, so they're there to take a look when you have time. Okay, so I am currently in the midst of building out a volume 2 for one of the Ghost Hack Cinematic Essentials series. This is a Brams volume 2, although I didn't make volume 1. I think that's going back a ways, and I don't remember making that one. But I am making V2. And I started on it. Just a handful of sounds. So we can dig in and do a little bit of that together. Right, drummer boy? Yeah. Like a tuba through a wall of Marshall amps. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Except for, if you're using like Isotope Trash, then you actually only need like 2% of one of their presets instead of the stack of Marshall amps. Oh, it's funny because it's true. All right. So yeah, why don't we dip into some of that? How about we do some of that? Shall we? And I guess we can set that all up in here. No, you know what? We're not going to do that in here. We're going to go and we are going to go into our project like organized producers. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Of course, I have to plug in my drive. Now they will all open. Let's see if they load here for us. Okay. Day 1. Yeah, let's close that. I don't think we need to save anything we did in that previous project. Let's just make some new stuff, shall we? Okay, what do we have here? I've got contact. Yo, KDHD, how you doing? Yes, the Brams are massive. Massive. Wait, what? Could not be found. Wait, what? Hold on a second. What's going on here? Why couldn't those be found? Let's just load this thing again. Why is that? Freaking contact, man. Let me just, let me try that again. Don't save. We don't need that knock in there. All right, so these are, first off, if we just do this, if I turn off the distortion that's running on this, we've got a tuba, and we've got a trombone. We're going to wait for just a moment while those finish fully loading because they're huge. Huge! Huge! And then I've got those two instruments. I've got them put into just a track stack here, and on there I've got some distortion and some reverb, EQ and compression. So that's all that's happening right now. But what we will also be adding then is just a little bass synth. We can use Substance for part of that. We can use Massive for part of that. Serum for part of that. Maybe Pigments for part of that. But we're just going to cycle through different arrangements, ensembles of horns and a synth layer and keep it really, really simple and allow the processing to do the large majority of the heavy lifting here. And then that way, because we're not stacking so many individual voices to get that auditory girth, for lack of a better term, it's going to be a little bit easier to work with in a lot of projects. Yeah, it should translate well for people in general. Yo, Danny's here. How you doing, homie? Zindrumic says, looks like AI lawsuits are starting to land. Udio disallowing downloads for generated music for now. Drummer Boy says, I may have to try something like this through my Atreides octave fuzz pedal. Yeah. Girthworm. Oh, that just happened. Girthworm. Oh, man. Oh, that's great. Oof. What is it that is... What is spiking in my CPU? Why is that? It's all on one thread. Why is that? That should not be the case. Let's just figure out what's happening there. These are all running in different... What's this guy? I don't even have anything loaded on that guy. Let's take that one out of the mix. Okay, so for some reason, one of these plugins is causing something. Find it here really quick. Not sure which one it is. Oh, no, no. Hmm. Excuse me while I troubleshoot this here. Man. Oh, I found it. It was substance, wasn't it? Huh. Something's still kicking up really big. I'm just gonna open up a different project and start afresh because I'm not sure exactly what it's hanging up on, but it's doing something right now, and I don't want to troubleshoot it, so I'm just gonna close it and start again. So let's go. We'll do a production stream one here, and we'll say drums. Okay, we are set. So let's start with some contact. I wonder if I should just be loading up different contact. I think part of this, you know, honestly, is that there's contact 8. Is I need to be over on my other new machine right now. That's really what it is. Okay, so we are going to load up some horns, and let's save this project really quick before we jump fully in. And we'll just call this day 2, and we'll stick it into this directory over here. And we'll just give it a little tag of ghosthack here. Go. All right, so first off, let's grab a horn. Let's make this bigger for you guys. And we're going to start off with just these session horns to begin with. And we're just going to set this up so if you guys are always wondering how to get more out of your instruments, like your contact instruments, go into your sound tab and then the instrument, which in this case it's a tuba. You've got your compression, which you can toggle on. You can also dial back your reverb send if you want, if you're trying to isolate your sound a bit more. Okay, next we're going to do the same, but we're going to put a trombone in. So we'll do that. We'll go out of the same collection for that one. Where I just went right past it. There it is. All right, so we're going to get a trombone. And then we'll put a synth in here. Just like the last one, I want to go into sound and then turn on my compression here. I'm just going to play with the EQ just a little bit there. Yeah, okay, cool. Girthworm. I'm still cracking up over that. Oh, KDHD saying, I wonder if you could record that sound of the CPU spiking somehow and actually incorporate it into a tail of a Brahm somehow, like a texture. That'd be dope. Ooh, that would be interesting. All right, so we're going to get these guys into a track stack again. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so in here, we're just going to, I'm going to put an instance of thermal in here. All right, let's do maybe just a little bit of our extreme options here. Drummer Boy says, Autechre does that sometimes, I think, causes CPU overloads and changes buffer size while recording the output. Oh, yes, absolutely. So there are a bunch of really great tools that I use all the time, oftentimes off stream because it's much more on the experimental side of the sound spectrum. But if you are familiar with Aberrant DSP, they've got all their stuff on Black Friday sale right now. You can grab the entire flippin' collection for $75, which is just utterly ridiculous. But anyway, I know there's a lot of tools out there that allow you to like deconstruct and break your sounds in a whole bunch of different ways. But all those plugs are absolutely great. So their individual plugs are basically on the same sale, right? So if there's one specific type of degradation you like, it's definitely worth checking out. This is kind of choppy here. But I do like this effect. Okay. That's okay. So we've got this kind of like little throaty thing happening. Gonna go in and add a little EQ to this. And we'll want just a little bit of compression in here. Not a lot. Hmm. Distort it again. A little added compression. Of course, that'll all need to be tapped back down so the peaks don't get too out of control there. And then we should be adding other stuff here. Hey, how did my my project get bigger than my window? That's an interesting one. Weird. It's like resizing on its own. I don't like that. Weird. All right, so let's add a synth. And for this one, let's do we can just make something ourselves, right? Because we know how to do these things. We will download that soon. Okay, let's make this a little bit bigger for you guys, and let's go ahead and start with yeah, this sawtooth is fine. All right, so we're going to give this just a little bit of filter opening here. Going to put that on an envelope. All right, let's get back to our chain here. We're going to put, after our EQ, I'm going to put a little verb in here, and we could just use ROM for this. Throaty. why is my project window jumping around? That's so weird. KDHT says, project already knows this Bram is going to be a behemoth. It made room for the sheer girthworm. Oh, man. That's great. That's great. That's great. Okay, we're going to distort this even further. I know we've already got a couple of different types of distortion in here, but we're going to do it even more. Let's go back in. Yeah, let's go back into thermal for just a moment here. Nate says theorem, serum, and thermal. Combined, yes. Theorem. I love it. I love it. Or perhaps thermal. Thermal v theorem. What does the NOISIA plug say about that sound? All right, so we can just go ahead and trigger all of these instruments from one channel here. So I say we do that, and let's just dial in the note that we want. That C actually sounded pretty good, so we might just dial in a C really quick. Gosh, I need to wrangle in the peaks here. Wow, at a really low velocity, this is pretty great. Okay. And it's actually a pretty good sound as it stands already. But we're going to take this just one step further. It's not to embellish the sound anymore necessarily. It's more just about how we're presenting it. So we're just going to do a couple of things here. First, let's work on the imaging of this guy. That's a fart. Okay, so that low velocity one is kind of nice. We'd have to adjust the brightness from all of the saturation that we've got going on. Okay, So we're just going to address the overall mix really quick. We're just going to put an EQ here, and we're going to get rid of just some of those higher frequencies. Going to bloat this thing in the mid-lows a bit. Okay, now our reverb. Maybe not 3.5 seconds, maybe more like 3.2. Bring down our mix to 30% or so. That's pretty close. Okay. KDHD saying they got to drop Vision 5X in order to see this sound in full. It's huge. Big ass part though. It's so true. It is so true. All right, let's hear it one more time. I think we've done okay here. We need to make sure that there's no peaks coming out, and then we'll take a look at it. It'd be huge, huge, huge. Let's see what the meter says. Loudness meter says that it's about loud enough. Okay, we're going to open up our mixer here. I'm going to take these three down in tandem, just a little bit. Sure. Sure. All right, let's go ahead and bounce this one. And this is a... Let's come in here, we'll steal this. Come back down here. And we'll bounce that. Oh, Nate. Oh, man. Let's see here. I'm going to find... What do we have here? What's this one? Not that one. I'm going to play this one. Give you guys a little background music. I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere. Yo, I am back. Okay. Where's our music here? There it is. All right, where were we? We were making Brahms, right? So let's continue on with that. So far, right now, it's super simple. For those of you that tune in on the regular, you know, they usually start these big packs. They start with the simple and they get more and more complex. And that way I know just how much of each type of sound I'm adding as I go. And I can be pretty efficient that way. So we'll do a couple more patches here with just these 3 simple layers. And then we're going to start adding a bit more and more complexity as we go. I'm just going to listen back to this one. The simplicity of this one tells me that I should probably do another one at a different note and just put a pitch bend in there. So I'm going to do that. And we're actually going to play with the pitch on the entirety of this thing. So let's just take a look at that. We'll put our first break here. And we'll do a pitch bend up. And then we're also just going to set this note. A second, something terrible has happened. There we go. No, that's not okay. What are we doing here? Oh, you know what it is I have it set up as, there we go. Let's be on 0 and 0. Just user error. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. We're using different tools, and they have different pitch settings. So we'll do this individually then. So we'll just turn off that automation. Actually, something weird is happening between these 3 sounds on that note. Sounds fine. Yeah, we'll just do that manually on each track then. It'll take just a couple more seconds per bounce. All right, let's get Serum open again. Let's go for a digital sound this time. And let's go for a lower velocity hit. Yeah, okay. Now back into Serum again. Actually feels really nice. We're going to move away from this saturation here, and we're going to go into something else. I'm going to go into a different tool entirely. Let's do... Let's do some basic distortion from kilohertz on this one. Yeah, just really grumbly and low. All right, we'll bring this filter, this cutoff down just a bit to, oops, around here or so. Okay, and we're just going to play with a different finishing saturation on this guy as well. This is just allowing me to kind of churn a lot of those frequencies that are higher in the frequency spectrum that I've already cut away with an EQ prior to this. This is just a way for me to kind of churn those back into excitement and for us to kind of hear this fluttering, this rumbling up in those frequencies there. It kind of translates as being brassy, you know? Yeah, okay. Next, I'm just going to go into my serum here. And I'm just going to affect the coarse tuning. I'm going to go unipolar, not bipolar, and we're just going to go up a bit and then come back down again. That's pretty close. Let's see if we can find a sweet spot here for it. That's pretty nice. Just a little bit of added tension in there. Yo. Okay, and lastly, we're just going to make the wavetable move around just a little bit in here. Not that much. No, we're not going to do the wavetable position on this one. We need a different option there. So instead, maybe what we'll do is we'll just bring in a second wavetable. And we can leave it as the sawtooth, that's fine. And we'll just set this up an octave or two. And we'll FM from that into our original sound in oscillator A. Okay, and we're just going to bring this up. We're gonna hold this-ish somewhere around here. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I wouldn't mind having just like a little bit taken off there and then having a second LFO at a really high rate. Maybe we'll say, maybe we'll say something like 30-second notes is just barely going to kiss this thing. And that'll give us just a little wiggle, maybe a little 5% wiggle here. That's cool. Maybe 4%. Okay, I like this, but I'm going to take down my original FM modulation just a little bit. Find that sweet spot. That's pretty close. That's pretty close. Now we need to drive our filter just a little bit more and hit the fat just a little bit, which is actually going to affect the amount of carryover there is across that original cutoff point. So that feels like it was worth going back and teasing this other second bounce out of this sound here. Again. That's pretty good right there. I'm just going to do one more thing and then we're going to finish this up. I'm just going to take advantage of the multiband nature of thermal here, and we're just going to set up a band. The only thing we're really going to do to it is set up the width. We're going to increase the sides, and we're going to bias the tonality to the high frequencies and lessen the lows, and we're going to put that above, say, 1K and up, maybe to around 12 or 13K. Push that just a little bit more. And it's just pushing the side or the sound out to the side just a little bit more. And then I don't think I really want to touch this anymore. Like there's part of me that really wants this to grumble and growl just a little bit more. But I think this one is more just about restraint at this low velocity here. So let's go ahead and bounce this. And I think this is a D. Yeah, this is in D. And this actually resolves a little quicker. Let's put it here. So this will be file 8, key of D. Boom. Okay. Our two horns. Let's go back and change this one. This is currently just a bass trombone. But I think maybe what I'd rather have in here is this tenor trombone. Just make sure that we are indeed still compressed. Oh, and this actually is not triggering the sound because we're in a different range here. So we will do that here. And you know, these guys up here, let's set them at an E. And let's go in here and we'll set this guy as an E. Okay, serum. We're going to swap out our patch here and get back into analog. And probably best that we actually just maybe just start over on this patch actually. I've actually, it looks like I've got a little stuff written in here. Okay. Yeah, I think what I would like to do here is just kind of split the difference with these sounds. We can keep maybe these two at this higher octave, and we can go back into our tuba and bring it down. I want more from this trombone here. Let's see. Let's get into, maybe this grace here, or a growl maybe. Feels a little bit better. All right, now let's get another wavetable over here. Again, we're just going to zero out the level, and let's put the octave up a couple, maybe a few, so get a little screechy if we're actually listening to it. And then we're just going to FM into A from that, just a little. All right, so we're going to have this guy open up into a nice little FM screech, and it's going to have, it's going to hold itself there. It's going to get there just a little bit before anything else. Sequence. It'll hold itself there for a little bit. Just like that. Okay, and then we're going to back off of that, and just similar to like what we did before, we're just going to add a nice little flutter to this guy. We can do this other ways, but this is a really simple way to get this done. It just brings a lot of tension to this. We can bring this up just a little bit. Yeah, something like that. And we can just push that first modulation depth a tiny bit more. That's the one. Okay, now let's increase our unison. Maybe 2 isn't enough. Let's try 4. That's way better. Okay, we want to keep it in an even number, not an odd number, so the center of the sound is still dominated by the throaty brass, and this kind of translates as more as a side embellishment overall. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Okay. Next, we just need to control this a little bit with our filter. So let's figure out how to do that. Now, we can do this a bunch of different ways. I think what I'd like to do is maybe draw in something a little handmade here. Maybe. And then we could just take this guy who's already running on like a little 30-second flutter here. We can add just a little kiss on that as well. A little 5% flutter here. Tomba's still here. Good to see you, homie. Music-y things. Good to hear it. Good to hear you're being musical over there. Okay. This one, I mean, it feels like it's mostly there. I don't know that we're using the right distortions anymore. That felt a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah. Just really quick before we button this one up, I'm going to affect the velocity of our tenor trombone by a fair measure. Sounds kind of angry. Yeah. Yeah. This seems about right. Sure. Okay, so now this is in E now, I think. Yep, this is in E. And this will be patch number 9. Ayo. Next thing you know, you're gonna have a little pack. I'm just going to pull up this file here. Just want to check consistency between these two. Freaking foghorn. Yo. Okay, next. Let's turn off Serum for a minute and let's just go in and see what we think about these horns here. I know I just updated this tenor trombone, but maybe what we'll do next is let's listen to this. Okay, so maybe we move up to F on this guy. DJ Empirical! How you doing, homie? Hope you're all good over there. Oh, dude, freaking groceries, man. Seriously. Oh, tell me about it. It's just unending. They are taking more and more and more and more and more from us, man. Okay. Let's play with an entirely different sound here. And for this, we're going to turn off all of that FM stuff. We'll remove our modulators. This guy. Let's listen. Okay, let's clear out this guy. Okay, and now we're going to take this LFO here, and we'll just make that into a square, and this guy, aux it through. Oops, I'm going to aux it. Which one was I just in? Number 4? Okay, so we're just using LFO4, which I've set up as a square wave here. I'm just going to use that as an aux controller for that 2-bar filter opening. Now let's go find a sound that actually works with these horns. This is not in the right direction here. I'm just going to start a new patch. All right, smooth interpolation, drop an octave. That seems like a pretty muddy sound all around. Let's go in a different direction. Ooh. Yo, what's up, Prox? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Proxima's saying, I don't know if I said it already, but the gold fully pack is fantastic. I've been getting a lot of good use out of it. Oh, it's fun, right? It's fun to just put into a sampler and start messing with it, right? There's a lot of cool little textures in there, especially if you play granular. It's a lot of cool little stuff. DJ Empirical saying, hey, maybe of interest, my pals at Audio Damage have released a dual reverb thing called Ascent. Basically, a synth goodener. Oh, yeah. It combines shimmer with granular reverb. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, dude, I need to hook up with them. I need to connect with them because I love everything that they do. And we really should. We should feature like a bunch of their stuff on the streams. We really should. Yeah, everything they do is freaking fantastic. Bring this down and back up. We get it on a 2-bar. Give or take. Spread this out a bit. Get the sides over the center. Yeah, I do need to. I don't think I'm in their Discord. I do need to join their Discord. Absolutely. Oh, random metal is fantastic. Fantastic. I love what beat surfing does in general. I love random. In fact, going back like a couple years when they first released random, like the first version of it, I remember using it in Planet Catal, building that world. And got a lot of like really unique, like punchy FM squelches out of the thing for bass effects and stuff. It was pretty great. But in general, I love pairing random metal with Portal in general. But I guess any kind of granular stuff in general has been really successful for me. I've done quite a bit of resampling from that into granular synths, and then modulating forward from there. Just really, really fantastic stuff, especially if you're working with like percussive design or like user interface sound design, that type of stuff. That's like unbelievable futuristic sounds. It's absolutely great. Yeah, Beat Surfing has great choices. Seven Deadly Snares is super great. All their stuff is so good. All their stuff is so good. The finger drumming one, they're all fantastic. They're all fantastic. I feel like they very much have stayed in touch with their inner kid. You know what I'm saying? They're fun. Yeah, in fact, if you were to combine there's a lot of really fun workflows that you can do, but if you were to run something out of beat surfing and then, or I mean, out of random and then into something like Polyplex or something by the Twisted Tools team that allows you to take their super awesome effects chains and then send that through your granular plugin, and you start to get like incredible textures, like just game-changing, mind-melting textures. Absolutely. Super great. Super great. Not just for ear candy though, either, like for like playable basses and stuff that can like just bend in weird ways over time. All right, where was I? Okay, I think I just want this to go down. And And maybe it holds here for just a moment before we peace out. And maybe it's not these 7 voices. Take out all of our phase randomization here. I don't know. I don't know about this one. Let's go with the high pass. And then if we were to put a trem over the entirety of this thing, and maybe this is not sitting at 126 for this. Maybe this is sitting more at like 135 or something for this. And take a little tremolo. Put it at the top of this chain here. Set this up at maybe 16ths. Zero out our phase. Bring the depth back. Squarify this a bit. Change that. Hold that. We're going to put that. I need that on just my serum synth here. And that feels weird. Let's offset that. These guys over here feel a little clunky. Let's figure out what's causing that. Might just be the wavetable position here. Oh, it's the register of this first tuba here. So let's just fix that really quick if we can. I don't know if this will sound as good, but we can take this up. No, it does not sound as good. This guy. How about this guy? Yeah, it's definitely this mid-range guy here. Oh, and then I drop out of note range. So we do need to figure that guy out. I might need to just change this instrument. I guess I'll do that really quick so I don't spend any time sitting here complaining about it. I'm going to go to the bass trombone for this guy. Great. So now that we've got the let's do a growl on this guy. Listen to this again. Maybe this grace instead. This is just a little too digital, I think. Let's try putting this through. I want to keep those low frequencies out, but we can absolutely put this into a band pass over here and just see. Maybe it's just a matter of restricting. Okay, so let's just move this from here to here. So we've got one going up, one going down. Get it back in there with our original sound here. Yeah, I think we're just going in contrary directions here. Proc saying, I've been getting a lot of mileage out of Ableton's Roar device. Underrated saturation and tool effects. Nice. Gotta love that. DJ Empirical says, time to find a sub-contra bass tuba VST, I guess. Yeah, we're going to get into the sub-contra stuff here soon, right? Okay, so just to finish this guy here, we've got, let me just change my finishing shaper here. Something like that. This is an F. This is an F. Do not rape. Do not rip. Do not rape. Do not rip the space-time continuum. My goodness. Okay, next. Let's turn off that thermal. Let's turn off that kilohertz saturation. And let's dial in a new horn ensemble here. Yeah, let's get rid of the trombone. And let's go into something tasty. Let's see what we've got here. Which ones do we have? I have a contra in here. I think DJ Empirical is correct about this. Too many things. I'm not. I'm not sure about these, actually. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Let's see. Let's play with it and find out. Yeah. Just taster test here. Okay. Let's see about this guy up here then. Play around with that new tuba for a little bit. It's got a bit different character going for it. So since we're playing with that one, why don't we also try one of the trombones? And we'll just set that one up really quick too. It's harder to get a real sharp punch out of these guys than the other kit, than the other library. Let's put a little transient master in here. And it's not the end of the world because we can still enjoy like the character of these sounds and put a little percussive sound in here. It's a little better. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. I would like to come in here though and just initialize this. And make something on the synth side really quick. Yeah, that felt like it had a bit more transient punch to it. Okay, so now let's put something synthwise together here. Let's go with a little smooth interpolation here. All right, so just a little bit of change over time there. And get a little something else built in here. There's too much randomness in the delivery of this thing, so we need to back off the random. So now it's the same every single time. Okay, we're going to open up this filter just a bit. Little EQ action here. Let's take out that bottom end there. All right, let's get the balance of these things set up. I want the high and the mids to be a lot of upward compression. I want the bass to have a bit more downward compression, and to back off the ratio blend perhaps on the mids and highs just a bit. That maybe is a little too buzzy, maybe. That's okay. A day of Brahms. All right, so that all still feels just a bit lacking. And that's probably because we've turned off all of our saturation. So we're going to turn some of this back on. Goodness, so sorry. Get a little extra crackle on the sides here. It's pretty big. This is F, right? Yeah. Ayo. All right. We're at about the dozen mark here. So I'm probably going to add just a little twist of complexity here. And I guess we can play with these brass for a little bit longer here. let's see what a pitch bend feels like out of this tuba here. Okay, let's put a little bend in here. Okay, let's see what this feels like here. Just a really subtle bend. Let's bring that same bend down here. Yeah, we can use a peak filter to deal away with the dissonance, absolutely. Okay, let's play with a patch really quick. It's going to initialize here. E. Let's go with the B. While we're here thinking about this. Low. And let's bring the velocity of this guy way down. Oh my gosh, that's ugly. And let's move this to a B. So ugly. Let's try that again. There's a couple of bad things there. The pitch bend doesn't operate nearly as well at that lower register, and also there's a release on that pitch bend, which should not happen. Let's try up just a bit here. Way too high. I think we're just out of range there. So let's get back to where we were, because that was feeling a little bit better. Velvet Goat Cheese! How you doing, homie? So low. Oh, that's just so low. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. All right, so let's get back up to a register where that was feeling a bit better. It needs to be even lower, says Rokusai. Okay, so let's get into just this guy for a second. Let's give this thing a shape so it can hold its own in the mix, and we will also get it out to the sides a bit. Okay, let's get into automation over here. Hey, that's some good looking out for each other. Bye, Mar, Rokusai. You guys are great. Velvacochi's saying, "Ooh, made a noise sleep machine, using the daisy seed, and my wife says it sounds like ambient horror music. Yay!" Okay, we're going to give this just a little bit more attack here. Envelope open. Alright, that's pretty close. We're sitting maybe just a bit under some of these other sounds. But it's still pretty beefy. Still pretty beefy. Alright, and we are up at E, I think. E. Patch 12 on that guy. Man, there's a new toy being played with behind the scenes here that I wish I could talk about, and I can't yet for a couple of weeks. Just know that there's something coming towards the beginning of next year, which is going to be so nice to have. So nice to have. And it's going to bring a lot of old synth packs to life in a really, really cool way. I wish I could say more. Okay, I'm going to... I'm here. Sorry for all the mouth drumming. I'll be right back, you guys. I'm back. Where were we? More Brahms, right? More Brahms. You ever have one of those days where you got all sorts of stuff you need to do, but what you really want to do is play with some inspiring tools and just make music all day? That's my mindset right now. That's like the frame of mind that I'm in right now. Every day, says Velvet. Every day. Every day. Right? I know, I'm like, I really want to just make this music idea running through my head right now. But at the same time, I'm like, I've got to get a couple videos delivered, and I've got a couple sound packs to deliver. It's because I'm working on on like a little top secret tool in silence over here between streams. So I'm not getting my normal creative outlet time. I think that's what it is. So it goes. Velvet saying, or when I'm using the current tools, I am thinking of the environment I could be working in, right? Drummer Boy says, where is my post-capitalist Star Trek future? Right? They keep promising us these things. Replicators, universal income, Star Trek future. If I could just walk up to a wall and say Earl Grey hot and get a perfect cup of tea every time, that would help my production. All right, Bram. All right, on to the next, shall we? Turn off our serum. I kind of want to get rid of these couple of contact instruments here, just because we've been playing with them for a bit. There's part of me that just kind of wants to do like a couple of just pure synth ones here too. I think I'm also becoming bored of just the 3-voice Brahms here. I think I need to start bouncing a bunch of different tracks in place and making more complex sounds. My brain starts to get a little bored. Velvet says, off topic, but is there a glossary dictionary catalog of sound types? Because I want to ask what is producing the low clipping part of the previous, and I do not know what to call it. Ooh. The low clipping. Is it, tell me which sound. Is it that sound you mean? Like the really sharp, pointy bit? Is that what you're talking? That one? Okay, so that's the sound of a sawtooth. That's the oscillation. If you look at the shape of the sawtooth, you can see just how pointy and sharp it is, right? So that's what happens at a lower oscillation is you can hear the individual sample cycle being played through, and you can hear that profound drop off there. It's very, very pointy. So if you're looking for that really sharp, jagged, toothy kind of sound, the sawtooth is where you're going to get it. Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny, we don't spend too much time on the basics here, but I would say that in classroom time with me, people are forced to spend the majority of their attention on just the basic waveforms and filters for the first good chunk of everything. I swear, like half of the classes, and then like half of each class after that. Like all of the sound sprints and challenges I put before people are like, remake this but using only the main waveforms. It really trains your ears number one. And it also helps you correlate what you're hearing in sound, like in finished product sound, versus what you're hearing in the original basic waveforms, right? Of which there are 4. And you start to recognize these kind of nuanced positions between those shapes. And then it's easier to identify which sounds, which waveforms you're actually listening to, because there's certain harmonics involved and all of this other stuff. So, but the shape of the sound of those original waveforms is largely what dictates what's going to happen with the rest of your sound as you're developing it. So it's like, oh, so important. You know what I mean? Oh, so important. So yeah, anytime you want the real crisp grit, you're looking for a sawtooth. And if you're looking for that kind of bold but yet hollow kind of sound, that's a square wave, a pulse wave. Yeah. A fully round is a sine wave. Halfway in between is a triangle. It's good to know these things. You are welcome. You are welcome. It's so important to ask these little questions, because that just liberates you so much moving forward. Now you know the sound of a sawtooth by name, and as you drop down into lower oscillations, it really exposes itself as to what it is. Now, if we were to move away from that and move into a square wave really quick, you'll hear the tonal difference and the shape becomes pretty apparent. Much more brassy, right? So that tells you most of these, or a lot of these brass instruments involve square waves. Yeah, it's great to focus on low oscillating waveforms, because that also helps you understand the relationship between LFOs and sounds, like the things that you're trying to control with your modulators, and how those sounds actually translate to what you end up hearing. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's just that is at an even lower oscillation rate. Yeah, so the square wave gives it a much more kind of brassy, throaty, like a smooth, throaty feel instead of that gravelly. Now, we could just alter the balance of our horns and synth, and we end up feeling like we have a wholly different patch here. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm going to move to a different note, and we'll just bounce that really quick. We'll just bounce that. We're going to take this one. We're an E. What if we do an A? Is this too high for an A? Let's just go C really quick. I need to look at my reverb. I want a little more definition in the tail, which means less diffusion. Let's hear that in context. All right, this one is the key of A. Syndremic says, sawtooth dinosaurs are my favorite. Nom 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 nom. How? Velvet says, this also makes me think of the road trips to visit the Harga in midsummer. Ooh, how's that? Just really quick before we move away from this sound, let's see what a low velocity version of this sounds and feels like with the highs rolled off. I think we might have something here if we swap out what's happening with our distortion. So let's do that really quick. All right, let's take our synth and let's drop that a whole octave. Let's just see what it feels like really low like that. I'm not sure. Not sure how I feel about that. Let's bring this one up. That one feels pretty interesting there. Ignore that pitch jump at the end. Yeah, it's way too loud there. Let's get our performance here. Tighten us up our release back. Try that again. That's the way. Okay, let's make that just a little bit tighter. And we'll make our release just a little bit tighter still. That's the one. Okay. So now to, let's just check our loudness here. Yeah, we are still absolutely in that huge param range. Oh, Velvet, yeah, the movie, yeah. I should watch Midsummer again. That had some pretty interesting sound design in it, if I remember correctly. I like this. I like this. We're gonna keep it. It's an A. Sound 14 there. Okay. I feel like we've kind of run these sounds into the ground here. And I kind of want to pick out some different ones. So let's do that. Now, a Bram can be anything. Like, it can be any kind of sound. And we just kind of normally think of it as being like a big, brassy horn sound. But we can absolutely have high impact sounds from strings, and of course synths. We can even get it from vocals. But I think it's just a matter of how everything is actually really being presented. And you know me, I like to put in at least a handful of things into each release that are a bit left of center, a bit different than what everyone is perhaps expecting when they first open it up. Yeah, we could even have some woodwind Brahms. That contra clarinet would be fantastic in there, right? And of course, then bringing back in some brass into some of those ensembles would feel nice as well. Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking through. Okay. So this next round, I think maybe what we'll do a little bit differently in these is we'll put a pitch drop in there. Now I've got a bunch of those already, but we can also just kind of roll our own. But in general, just to kind of give you an idea of what I'm speaking of here. Just open up the drop here. Drops, right? Just little pitch drops. So having an element like that, and maybe having something percussive that's doing that, kind of like a kick that's a bit elongated, that can really change the feeling of these types of sounds too. So maybe we'll start with something like that. We'll take let's just bring a fresh instance of contact into the mix here. That's a fun one. That's a pretty interesting one. That one's got almost this kind of polyphonic kind of appeal to it. I'm just going to put that one in here. Ooh, okay. I've just realized what I would like to do for my next little round of sounds. It's actually not a sound like this. It's more, even more impactful. Let me see if I can find just really quickly. Let's go into some hits here. Hmm. This one's pretty interesting because it kind of gets out of its own way really quickly. That might be pretty interesting here. Hmm. Kind of thinking through how I want to do this. Normally, what I will do is I'll bounce a percussive sound like this kind of with another sound that's going to be layered in just to kind of tuck it in. Let's try a woodwind for this one. I'm just thinking that I kind of want to hear like a little bit of maybe reediness kind of texture. Might sound kind of cool with this type of hit. Okay. Wonder if I can just use one of these. Ooh, the contrabassoon. Oops. Try it again. Just canceled out my own decisions there. Okay, kind of an interesting sound here. And where are we? We are way down. Okay, so let's get a couple of notes in here. Let's head on down to C0 here. And we'll also move our tuba down. We've got this guy. This is our serum patch right now, which we don't need on, but we will. We can come in here and remove that EQ. And now we can tune our hit here. Let's just figure out what it is currently at. So we need to go down a couple. Ooh, there we go. Rokusai says, why not AM at Home Lab just to wrangle that tuba a bit? Yeah, we could do that. I don't know that I like that dropped like that. We're going to put some feedback distortion on this sample. Let's put a little fade in here, and we're going to start it. This is going to be a little weird. that's some throatiness here, huh? Okay, we've got this other instance of thermal here. I'm just going to put that through a little bit of digital distortion over here. Let's kind of give it a little something over the whole top after that reverb. I don't want this reverb. Gosh, maybe I do. Let's turn this down a bit. Whoa. Yeah, that's some wild stuff in there. Okay, last thing, I'm just going to try moving this hit up into this chain and see if I like it there. Yeah, I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I think I want it separate from the chain. Huh. Come on now. There we go. Sticky. We are back to C on this one. Okay, before we button this one up, let's take the tuba. We're going to copy that patch, that tremolo patch. Bring it over here. That's pretty big. Okie dokie. Let's bounce that one. That's a C. I am going to check that against a few of these other patches really quick and just see what kind of continuity we're developing here. I feel like I can always tell isotope trash from all of the other distortions. You are absolutely correct, Rokusai. It is underrated. Ooh, that one. Okay, those are all just obnoxiously loud and huge and big, and they're all very much in line with one another. So I think those are good for like our first 15. I'd like to move on in a different direction from there. I'd like to do just different sounds entirely. So from that point forward, Roku says, even if it was only the convolution engine without any of the distortions, it would still be worth the same price. Yeah, it's true. It's so true. It's so true. I feel like for a long time, it was kind of overlooked by the masses simply because of the UI. Like those who looked past the UI enjoyed all of the awesome textures. Yeah. Yeah. Truly. I just think I can't help but think about all of these people that I know that reach for Decapitator before it every single time, and I think to myself, man, the type of content you're actually working on would probably be better with the isotope trash than it would with Decapitator. But hey, you know. It is so much control. Velvet Goat Cheese is saying, so the distinctive point sound for both low frequency sawtooth and square waves is due to the repeated clipping when the wave drops or raises from 1 to 0 or vice versa. Yes, that is exactly what's happening. Now, if you were to, let's just open up, let's just play for just a second without worrying about project deadlines and stuff, and we'll just learn for a second here. I'm going to make this bigger so everybody can see it. If I go way down, let's go 4 octaves down here. That click is this point right here. And the oscillator is just going round and round and round and round and round. Think about this. You know those like prize wheels that you spin like at the fair or game shows or whatever, and you've got like little nails, right? And then you've got like this little finger that points out, and it goes between all of those little nails, those little pegs, as it goes round and round and round and round and round. It's kind of like that. Or like when you used to put like on your bicycle spokes, when you were a kid, if you ever put like a playing card, like a baseball card or something like that, or a Pokemon card or something. So each time it came around, that oscillation, it made that sound, right? So it makes like a motor, right? Now, the reason why you don't have that click with the other two main basic waveforms, the sine and the triangle, is because they're continuous. We're not really, there's a little bit of tonality there at a couple octaves down. So the big jump from one position to another in a waveform causes us to hear it, right? If everything is super smooth, it doesn't stick out very much, right? But as soon as we start to break away from that kind of perfect continuous shape, we start to hear more, right? So more things that poke out during the oscillation cycle make it easier for us to hear. Now, those things poking out are harmonics, are frequencies, right? So the more pointy we can make our sounds, the easier it is oftentimes for those same sounds to cut through in a mix. And the ones that are a bit more rounded are a bit more blunted, right? They're not cutting through in the same ways. They don't have those same kind of peaks involved in them, if that makes sense. And then there's exactly what Rokusai is talking about, which is like the phase relationship, the ways in which the waveforms are interacting with one another in various points of their oscillation cycle or their waveform shape, right? So, and just the inherent relative nature of all of these different waveforms means that at times when these waveforms are colliding and coinciding in time and space, that they will cancel each other out, or that they will create harmonic accents, right, and build upon one another in different ways. So when you've got multiple waveforms cooking inside of a single synth, this is happening. And then when you've got modulation occurring within those wavetables, you're actively changing the shape of those waveforms. So it's increasing the complexity of the sound. You've got all this motion happening. If you've got other waveforms doing the same thing, there's all sorts of different little interactions happening in space and time there as they operate in tandem, right? Which is where complexity in sound design really starts to have some real weight, some real relevance, right? Some real interest, because you can use all of that complexity to, allow us to perceive different things. Just before we even get into all the processing, right? Just the waveforms themselves. It's super fascinating. It's super fascinating stuff. Bymar saying, would you consider Camel Crusher a bad distortion plugin? No. No, not at all. I think it's great. In fact, I was doing a whole bunch of work for Camel Audio when they sold to Apple. Alchemy was super awesome. Camel Crusher at the time was one of the more badass kind of instantaneous gratification kind of plugins out there, especially for bass music stuff. You could just drop it on something similar to OTT. It comes along, people just drop it directly on the track, and it works, for the genres. Really good stuff, though. Like the way that it's actually made is really good. And I would agree with Rokusai, very much more for creative use than for mixing. And yeah, I would also agree about it tends to be broad strokes only, not surgical distortion precision. Absolutely. Yeah, Bymar is saying, yeah, I see. Yeah, I find it almost impossible to make it work in my tracks due to its intensity. And for that very reason, if you're using it in a sound design application in an isolated sound or situation, and you're trying to get a very specific effect from it, great. But if you're trying to use it in a greater mix to like warm things up, it's just not the right tool at all. It's more for breaking things. Rokusai says, also, OhmLab, Velvet Goat Cheese, when you get into FM synthesis and really start to grasp that, you don't even need effects 9 out of 10 times. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's so much like resonance and space and stuff that you can create out of FM interactions. It's just bonkers. It really is bonkers. You know, it's funny. I don't... oh, it looks like something's going on here with Logic. Freeze up on something. I don't pull out FM8 often these days, but I'm going to show you guys something. I don't know why. I was looking away when this started, and it kind of froze up, so I'm not sure exactly why it's doing this. I'm just going to pull up some music really quick here. I'm going to reboot Logic really quick. I'm not sure what's going on there, but we don't need to save anything in this project either, I don't think. Big Blue Snake is saying, I don't know why, but the sine wave in FM8 is just freaking gorgeous. Yeah, you know, some tools, they just hit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to show you guys something really cool inside of FM8. It's such a great tool. Such great sound out of it. I'm at odds with my Logic version right now and this computer. I think next week, I don't think I'm going to be able to get it done by Friday, but I think next week all of the streams moving forward are on the new computer finally, which is so, so good to say. Oh man. Had this new computer for a couple of months now. Goodness. Okay, so many moons ago, when I launched the Sound Freaks label, we put out a whole bunch of products really quickly. One of the series that we put out was for FM, and they were for FM8, and they were kind of trap-inspired sounds. Not necessarily intended for trap music, but just a lot of the stuff that was happening at that specific point in time in music production, which we can go look at those patches and see exactly when that was. But I'm going to guess that it was about 2015 or so, like 10 years ago, something like that. Anyway, the reason why I bring this up is because if you go in there now and you start playing with these sounds, there's a really awesome way to get a ton of stuff out of them super quick. Let's change this to FM8. Okay, so I'm going to load up FM8. Of course, you can do this with all sorts of stuff if it's been programmed. Because you do have to kind of set up these quadrants to make this all work. But I've got these few packs in here. I'm going to turn off this background music. I've got these few packs in this series called Trap, Volume 1 through 3. And if you load one up, Really good sounds all the way across. Very, very interesting sounds. But the reason why I bring this up is because, one, it's got these morphing quadrants, which a lot of people overlook. They don't even realize that they exist a lot of times. Oh, I should turn this up for you guys. This is probably kind of quiet, huh? Okay, so that's all fun, right? So we've got these morphing quadrants, and you can change the spread of these seeds that are being scattered, which allow you to grab parts of these other quadrants, kind of borrowing. Which can really allow you to find new resting points, which gets you different timbres than maybe anyone else using these same patches. Okay, so the real reason why I bring this up is because on this page, on this easy morph page, on this tab, you can play with the timbre and stuff without having to know anything about FM synthesis and start getting just bonker new sounds. I'm going to move through to another patch here. Nasty bass. Totally different bass now. And of course, you can start playing with these timbre envelopes and amplitude envelopes. And then when you like what you've got, you can apply. You can apply what you've created to one of these quadrants. And you can start saving patches kind of as new versions of those same sounds. And what it's doing, if you go over and you actually look at the FM matrix over here, it's making all sorts of changes to the ratio balance between your carriers and your operators. It's really quite a wonderful thing. I love FM because I tend to use my ears a lot more with FM. And I think that what Rokusai was saying earlier about, like, you don't even need a lot of plugins and effects if you really get down and dirty with FM. It's just really, really super awesome. Rokusai is saying, Novagochi's phase modulation is the same principle but applied differently. What's most fascinating thing about FM is that when you truly grok it, you can emulate any kind of sound you have in your head. The downside is you have to learn your math to really make it work for you. Just randomly dialing knobs can only get you so far with FM. And I would agree with that too. There's a lot of very, very needly points of specificity in the world of FM because one tiny little change can have a pretty big trickle-down effect across the various operators involved. Rokusai is saying, OMAB, it's why I use Zebra 2 so much since the FM engine is stellar, but most users don't get to grips with the UI for it. I love Zebra. Everything that Urs has ever made over there at Yuhi is just absolute gold, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, Zeal and Ardor says Logic's Sculpture has that feature too. Yeah, absolutely it does. It's pretty great. Pretty great. Andy Music saying, I mean, FM Reese's are better than pitch Reese's in my opinion. I mean, it's similar ideas, but the FM one is a bit sharper and tonal. Yeah, I agree. There's more of like a surgical precision with it, and I feel like it tickles our brains and our ears in a little bit more satisfying way. Where the other one is a little bit more smeared. I guess they've both got their applications, right? They both have their time and their place. But I think I side with you on the FM side of that scale. Ooh, Zealand Ardor says, has the spirit of the West Coast synth. Ooh, I like that. I like that. That's good. All right, so just to like kind of put a pin in this, like let's find a couple of different sounds. So if I go over to the Easy Morph right now, and I'm just playing in one of these morph quadrants over here. Gosh, this is ugly. And I start making changes to the timbre panel up here, and then maybe some timbre envelope over here. Now, if I wanted to, I could click apply to this, right? And then that's going to save this new sound to that part of the quadrant there. So now if I go back to my expert view here, I've got completely different routing. And I can still take advantage of my morphing quadrants. Right? And you end up with these new outcomes. And you may not be able to explain how you got there, but you might be very pleased with what you have, right? Just something to be aware of inside of FMA. I feel like a lot of people have this synth and they don't quite know how to get a lot out of it. They know how to load some presets and maybe play a little bit with some of the knobs, like maybe the effects rack or something like that, but they largely feel like it's out of their control. They don't really know what they're looking at. Head on over to the Easy Morph, and it's okay. You're not going to break things or anything if you start twisting knobs over here, and it will affect the overall matrix over here. It's a good way to get started, and I feel like it's a gateway drug almost, the Easy Morph tab, because you're going to get more and more into FM if you go over there and you play with it, because you're going to start getting really great outcomes. Yeah. Andy Music saying, like imagine running these through asymmetrical distortion. Yeah, absolutely. Zealand Ardor saying, this greatly exceeds my double-digit IQ approach to synths. By Mar saying, I need that sound. I know, right? But that's the funny thing about FM, and specifically FMA, is that you might arrive at some of these sounds. And if you're not an FM person, you might not understand why or how you got there. But thank goodness you can just hit the save button, right? The save as button, and give it a name. And then my next advice would be to open up that patch again and start playing with that Easy Morph tab again, and start playing around and seeing what else you can tease out of it. Because once you've got a sound established, man, you're starting back over at ground zero again with these controls. there's a couple of really choice notes in here. Okay, so let's say that we like that. We're going to apply. Ooh, dirty. That's a nasty sound, right? That's nasty. Incognito, welcome in. Happy hump day to you. Happy Wednesday. I'm just showing these guys a few tricks inside of FM8. Let's load up a different sound entirely. Let's say we like our new starting point. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, you can just spend an afternoon just transforming sounds. Like this right here is a really good example of what you can achieve with this tool. We're just simply borrowing. If I zoom way in, and you see these tiny little white dots around this red square, what's happening here is we're borrowing little sonic information, little parameter differences from over here, this far away from center. This is where our cursor is currently pointing. If we were to take that seed spread down and play a note, it's pretty specific. But as soon as I start to spread those seeds out, it becomes something completely different. So it's definitely one of those forms of synthesis, and this tool specifically allows you to get just a little bit away from what everyone else is doing, right? Where everyone else currently is. You can be somewhere just a little bit different in it. And I've always really, really liked that about this tool. I think it's great. Rokusai saying dubstep legend Culprit mostly uses Ableton's built-in operator for like 95% of his music. Go listen to his work. Knowing this, he did stream on Twitch years ago and showed his workflow. He only uses third-party plugins for effects and mixing, but for synthesis, operator is his choice of porn. Yeah. Happy little FM trees. Right, Simdrummock? Right? Instruments for aggressive cheese consumption. Oh, man. Will it be too much if you max out the morph? In a sound like this? Let's see. Let's just see. Again, it really comes back to what are you going for in your sound design. This would be really great for like some sort of sci-fi scene. That's great. Ooh, man. Yeah. Ooh. Man, unbelievable amount of things that you can do. If you guys are wanting to check out those packs and play inside of FM8, just knowing that they have that kind of programming already built in, the having those morphing quadrants really kind of makes all of this feel like magic. Those are actually old Sound Freaks websites or sound packs. So if we just go over to the sound pack page here, okay, it's these guys down here, these trap packs right here, and there's a ton of sounds. Let's see here, what does it say? Is it 50? There's a bunch of MIDI clips in here and all sorts of stuff. I want to say it's 50 presets, sounds, etc. Yeah, it's 50. Got a bunch of MIDI files. There's like 30 MIDI files and 50 presets in each pack, give or take. But for what it's worth, these are really fun. And if you find other FM8 packs out there that have all the morphing quadrants programmed already, you're looking at really similar kind of outcomes, right? Ooh. Rokusai is breaking this down just a little bit more. Because technically you're dealing with just a single oscillator, technically. The output on most patches is a single operator only being modulated by a boatload of others, but only the main operator is actually making the sound. So distortion is more like fast frequency change over short periods of time, but it creates the illusion of distortion that you can dial in exactly what you want. An easy way of thinking about it is like a bucket of water, and you're adding loads and loads of different color inks to it. It will take a lot of ink to actually change the viscosity of the water before it becomes dense. And that's just using linear FM schematic. There are more schematic layouts for even more wackiness. Yeah, I think that's a fairly good analogy there. And I think that like although there are tipping points with FM just the same way there are with distortion in general, like you go too far and it's just simply too far, but there's almost an infinite world to explore just like before you get to that point. It's really absolutely amazing what waveforms do to one another. Yeah. Weimar saying very uneducated on the actual underlying mechanics of sound design. I think most folks are. I think it's just something that you need to kind of pick up over time if it's not your main thing, right? If it's your main thing, you just read a bunch of books and then you just bang your head against the wall in a DAW until you get all of your practice in to figure it all out the right way. But yeah, like if it's not your main bag, then how could you be highly literate and highly educated in it? You know what I mean? There's just so much. There's just so much. Hey, really quick, we showed off this thing earlier. And I'm not sure. Here, I'll just bring in an audio file. Maybe I'll just bring in the demo for this thing. Is there a demo file right here? There is. Okay, so I'm just going to take this demo file from this Trap Volume 1 pack. I'm going to put it right here. And the reason why I'm doing that is because we looked at this thing earlier in the stream. It's this new plugin that NOISIA made in collaboration with Excite Audio. It's a nice analyzer tool. I just put a link in the chat for that. That is the, this is Vision 4X. It was made by NOISIA and Excite Audio. They've got everything over there, I think on like a 50% off sale right now because of the Black Friday madness that's happening. But if you find yourself without audio analysis and you're looking for kind of a fresh tool, this one's pretty dope. Ooh, we can change the bar graph. Let's change it from 40 to 80, maybe? See if it does that. It does. Ooh. Look at that precision. Whoa. That's nice. And then if we rotate that, boom. Hey, that's nice. Look at that. Rokusai saying, hey, it looks like they stole that goniometer from Metaphysical Function over there. Yeah, the goni in the reactor tools is pretty great. This also looks like the one in isotope tools too. I like the jagged edges. Well, now I just kind of want to look at this just a little bit more. Now that I'm actually like playing with it, let's just grab the let's just grab the next demo track, shall we? Okay, so this is volume 2. Let's listen to volume 2. All right, and let's take a look at our visualizer for this. This is actually quite helpful. Try 100 bars. Will it do it? Yes. Ooh. We get 150 bars. Oh. How chunky can we get? Will it go down to 10 bars? Oh, look at that. Yeah, it's really quite nice, I must say, as far as these types of tools go. It's nice that you can set up your own custom ranges and stuff for it to be looking at. You can look at it just the mid, the sides, stereo. Yeah, there's some stuff that I like about this. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Pretty nice. Oh. All right, kitty cats. We've actually run over by a couple of hours here, so I feel like I should probably come over here and kick the old Twitch box and see who's streaming. See who's doing their thing. I should go stretch my legs and come back and be productive again. Let's see. Who is streaming? Ooh. Let's go visit Eldre. It's been a minute. I appreciate you guys. I will see you all in 2 days' time for Feedback Friday, everybody's favorite day of the week. If you are going to show up and you want to be heard, make sure you drop your stuff early. Been getting so busy on Fridays, you guys. You got to get in early. Make sure you be heard. Until then, stay inspired, go make awesome stuff, and bring it by Friday so we can hear it. I appreciate you all. Peace out.